abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And, like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
But then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank. Not just like one big telegraphed one-shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over-prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
and what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, and I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So, when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Mhm.
So like it kind of means that the boss doing abilities to be able to like to the boss trying to win is like and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like it's so what I'm saying is so what are you not agreeing with then
Well,
about
Well, I
that
think I
assessment?
think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me. But 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a
Well,
good way
hang
to
on. So
regen
that's
them
not.
during the
So,
fight.
so I'm not. When I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time, rather than something that moves around
Well, it
from bottom
effectively
to
is
top all
through
the
the
time.
flask, right?
Well, yes, the
Like I was
attrition.
no longer able to
Okay,
recover.
so yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore,
The campaign is quite attritioned.
in the,
Mhm.
It's just
in
that
that way,
the
yes.
kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where
Right.
like it can be very It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one shot you at all, which
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Mm. Well, just to check real quick as
Yeah.
well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game in PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it.
Mhm.
There are other skills that are more like your your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of
Mhm.
timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a
Yeah.
one shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter
Sure.
move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Where
yeah.
it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Merge.
Okay, so
Bridge.
yeah, I understand the point of view from that one.
Mhm.
The main
Balance
thing is
neutral.
just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example.
Mhm.
So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like it is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one-shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one-shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. Like, so different from the corridor skill, there's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, you know, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was
but it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, having to not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, you know, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if, right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like, you know, that people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further. Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I have other
mitigate
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, no, 100% agreed. It is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There was that and the speed and a bunch of these other and arbiter and there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Yeah.
We've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor breaking. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor
Oh,
too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to
be able to immediately say that.
In order
really.
to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad, and I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood
We
the
did
issue
a
there.
few things. Like there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example
Yes,
right there of
obvious.
why just changing the
It's
number
not
wouldn't have even helped, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But well, maybe
Because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means, yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure,
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We can.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take
Perfect.
anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. Yeah.
No. Not yet.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium
the
core
chaos-
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh, sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well,
the,
Viper's
yeah.
hard.
it is hard.
I
It is a
think
hard
I
fight.
think
Just,
she's the
that's just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so
What
therefore
does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking
Alright.
clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all of
just,
her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
so
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is
Yep.
chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
So yeah.
So yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah,
never chaos damage,
Yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which
I
in Peri 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's a very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense.
Mm.
I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like
sword,
when
like a sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are, like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the antlions
and
are
then
not
some
pushing you
one-
side with that thing.
the
and, like,
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
That's just a
Yeah.
That's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to
It
regress.
still happens sometimes.
It seems to
there's
just break every.
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and.
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
Yeah, sure. There's also that. too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like,
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like,
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things.
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really.
You talk too
Like,
much, Outlander.
I was like probably about 6 months ago I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like, here's how much people will spend on vendors,
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
point.
sure, but
I
I'm
think
talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like,
Tell your friends about this place.
look, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is
Okay.
more...
can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
solu- Sure.
then? Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class
I don't
itself
have
be
a
a
lot
permanent
of
choice,
patience
right?
for questions, Outlander.
Oh, no, and I'm like, I do understand, do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that, like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that, like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now.
Crackers.
But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come
Thank
back
you.
from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not
What?
really fair to make people have to wait for that
Oh.
decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by
Yeah.
release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will just be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like
What is
there,
it,
there
peasant?
wasn't like a we. I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
Yeah, we made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a light, a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now. It was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
It.
Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled
Well,
you? And,
we
like,
had
it was horrible?
we had bleed on a lot more,
Yeah.
and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on
Right,
it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things,
Cool.
which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to
Yeah, yeah.
proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because like I would never divine an item, like because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good. Some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's
goes
just
on
a
the
thing
list
that
of
kind of
subject things.
happened, and then honestly, it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
It was just something I was curious about, so I figured I'll bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases.
Well, I mean, you're just are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as
you know,
a player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean, the thing is, in PoE 1, are there really people going around? Like, surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just, you reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or
Right.
especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized
influence
knowledge,
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it
Those
is an
random
option.
losers.
Really in PoE 2. Like, movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like, I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like, for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that, that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know,
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh Impatience, they don't have movement speed on them. And like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
but I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
goes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean,
mean-
whether or not it's the implicit
Which
or
is a
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of
comes back to the
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
need to have those discussions and
Right,
yeah,
right, right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a Life Sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on Life Sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The bigger question's about whether or not the the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it
um,
currently does, right?
It does.
It
and a
does.
lot-
but something that could be interesting is that if you find a Life Sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up.
That's
Like,
fair.
that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not Life Sprig should even have high level requirements ever,
Mhm.
which is a more
That's
a
a
thing that's
separate-
come up a bit.
That's a
more,
separate question. That yeah, that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
there'll be
I
more
was-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the, like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this, or I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game.
Mhm.
Like not so it does not that sorry, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 Life Sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I
and then-
thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
no. There's a
No,
second
no.
thing there. I
The
thought.
second one was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
That's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either. Honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah.
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff. That change, like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able
Yeah.
to do something like that.
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a
No,
time.
no
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so instead
understand.
of
Yeah.
like all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, oh he died, and
yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and
Yeah.
that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
and like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of
but-
people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something more like that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not,
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
that being said, it
Yeah.
might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like, I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there.
Hey, Voorhees.
Would you
How's it going?
consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like,
I
there's
mean,
been a
we,
few
we
different
straight up
approaches, yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
yeah,
icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not going to miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we
um,
kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about with
Yeah.
that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not
Yeah.
even looking into the game.
I'm doing a
and so-
But I
retopology.
think that fear.
I'm very in favor
I'm
of
making
that.
the low poly of
Well,
I love
okay,
that
It's
so,
not-
like, do we just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start.
So we have like the
I
high
love
poly
that
here,
initially for sure.
which
At
is
least
made
for
up
me.
of
So I thought you
millions
said
of
you loved the idea
polygons,
of not looking at the game
and we're
only
turning these
playing off the
millions of
minimap.
polygons
One of the
kinda do
into
that
is,
anyway.
one of the
thousands
like,
of
when we were trying
polygons.
to find that in video
or
Crash,
hundreds.
Yeah.
the
Probably
one
more
of our
like a
developers
couple of
like, tried
thousand.
playing with just the graphics turned off. Like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I
No,
would love that.
Yeah, I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just
Probably
one?
just enable seeing the res on the.
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because it,
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Right.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now, I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, he was talking because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way
Should
I'd do
work.
that.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven.
Is this
partly-
your
so
job?
when we were talking about like animal comparison
It
there was this
is.
thing where we're like, okay,
It is
Um,
my job, but
if
I'm
you're-
I'm also doing this in my
actually,
free
what it
time.
actually was. Okay, so we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay,
I'm working
what is
on a
gonna
personal
make
project.
The person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen.
Mhm.
It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's
Yeah.
open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So
Yeah.
I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like a new it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively, just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that from the very beginning you kind of know that you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you
Yeah.
want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique Stormbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter Stormbox, chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it is.
We
it
just
isn't right.
we actually removed some corrupted drops before O2O went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
We're
the
adding a Socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like Socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within I would expect to see that within a week probably is my guess. We're not going to add this is like currently
can't do
it has the
that.
whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we
Yeah.
can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make.
Okay.
And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. I actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into it, looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. What do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real.
Yeah,
experience
That's
we're
fair.
kind of waiting for
Yeah.
more info and data there for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers.
Yeah.
Or numbers of mods, and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2. This whole system sucks.
There was a real it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you
Yeah.
they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively like relatively good
Mm.
like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, like I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like you know,
It's-
like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's
haven't.
right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were
I ha-
two major item systems that I
Yeah.
was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is, there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw
Okay.
that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's
Yeah.
fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I
more.
have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in Zero One.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well, that
issue.
was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed
so
it.
that's why
Uh,
we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah.
this.
So I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna
ask
be?
for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps.
Mhm.
So
Also
I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
this-
people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess, like just like do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's
want
that's why I'm
like-
asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
Just before the patch
Yeah.
went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah, so
something like that,
but
just to slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have a
Yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
Yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just
Cool.
give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of player speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Rowan and the Lightning Strike.
Well, lightning.
I don't know
Oh,
whether
shit.
or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear. which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Route 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is the number one played build right now is
Mhm.
Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes,
Yeah.
right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like, you know.
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yep. So, a few PoE1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
Yeah, I
that?
think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
wait,
of
you cut
May,
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2 week
Yeah.
kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be,
yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2
Wow.
in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and put them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've
The
got full
thing is,
compatibility before we
and
can do that.
another thing is like incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to-
PoE 1 character models
we have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So,
Mm.
yeah, and then
Also,
at that
we,
point we could add WS.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now,
Yeah.
and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah.
PoE 2 characters right now. That
So
is what
awesome.
they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So,
problem?
like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality of life.
Right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is Val Orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every
Give me a
unique-
sec. I need to go pee. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
We, have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all uniques made already, like, we were able to do that. So, like, I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to, like, look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And
large. Like,
most would take only like 2 seconds and would just
sure,
be fine.
sure,
but
but there's, like, implications
it's
for a
not-
lot of...
Yeah.
It's like... yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like, a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier.
No,
but yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that, and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure all of these opinions yourself, you're part of that. But it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually, like, as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer, like, when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah,
Alright,
thank you
awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank
time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep.
and playing.
I appreciate it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, well that's all I wanted to watch. Are you getting paid for this shit? I get paid. You know the answer, Rusty. Artists don't get paid. We get paid in exposure. We get paid in exposure coin. That's what it's called. Oh. He has the door open already. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, we get paid in exposure and experience. Oh, Jesus. Oops. Wrong button. Connection error. Disappointing. I have like an itchy throat. Don't know why. I'm actually kind of bored of Elden Ring. It's just, I don't know. I haven't really played a new game in a long time. Life is stagnating. Depressing but true. Hmm.
Gamers, guess where I am? No, that is not Photoshop. No, that is not AI, because if it were, it would probably look like a Studio Ghibli thing. No, this is a real picture of me standing next to my hero, my crush, my absolute goat, Hideo Kojima himself. I know. I am as surprised as you are. No word of a lie. This photo right here is a bucket list item for me.
That's my dad. Right there.
Literally one less
It's
thing
true.
I need to
True story.
worry about before I shuffle off this mortal coil. Unbelievably excited to be over here previewing Dead.
Give me a sec. I deleted my. Whoops. I almost closed that. Drag you guys over there again.
Death Stranding 2 on the beach and bursting at the seams to talk about it, but unfortunately that'll have to wait until May 8th when the embargo breaks. Anyway, enough about me. Hey, did you guys hear that Todd Howard put out a new game this week? And by new, I mean 2 decades old, but hey, we're not complaining. That's right, the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered is here. Jeff Grubb has been saying for weeks now that it would be any day now, and just when we were all about to call the boy who cried wolf, Bethesda announced and released the game in the same breath via an official live stream just yesterday. So to be clear, this is technically a remaster, but I think the remaster label kind of undersells just how much work has gone into this. The presentation is one thing. This is not your average texture and lighting update like most remasters, but a complete graphical reconstruction courtesy of Unreal Engine 5. And that visual uplift is extremely noticeable. I mean, the environments and lighting look incredible. Facial animations are significantly better than any other Bethesda game, though that's not exactly a very high bar to clear. Character models look, well, kind of cursed in some cases, if I'm honest, but at least in terms of raw fidelity, they're a big step up. But important to note that this is all layered on top of the original Oblivion game engine, which still handles
I don't
the
know who
gameplay
Jensen
side of
Huang
things.
is.
And I'm not a game developer, so I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. That means that for the most part, most of the jank of the original game remains intact. And to be honest, we wouldn't have it any other way. I feel like there's a statute of limitations on bug fixes. Like if your game came out in the last 5 years, then yeah, you gotta fix it. But if it's 20 years old and buggy as hell and people are still playing it, then I feel like those bugs have earned squatters' rights. As one user review on Steam put it, quote, finished the intro and left the sewers, immediately saw a mud crab and cast a fireball at it, at which point its dead body slowly rose to the heavens. I then went to the closest inn and saw a lady with missing legs try to sit down at the bar, instantly crashing the game. Oblivion is back, end quote. Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, it is. That's not to say that the underlying game is completely unchanged, mind you. They have touched up the leveling system.
Oh,
which is
that
now a
guy.
mix between Oblivion and Skyrim. Combat has had some
He's my
improvements with all
granddad.
new audio, VFX, and hit reactions to make it feel a little weightier, and new dialogue's been recorded to make each of the races actually sound distinct from one another. Did they remove that dialogue of the voice actress asking to do a do-over? I sure hope not, because if you're going to keep any jank in the game, it's got to be that.
I heard that thieves broke into the Arcane University, the Imperial Legion compound, and the temple all on the same night. Wait a minute, let me do that one again.
Overall, it looks like they've tried to go for a happy medium here, adding some light updates where needed while retaining much of the spirit of the original game. Personally, I'm a little surprised to see that Bethesda have put this out for $50 US, where many people would have expected a full box price for this given the amount of work that's gone into it, and the fact that it includes all of the DLC for the original game. Sure, the original is 20 years old now, absolutely, but this is basically the level of Bluepoint's Demon Souls remake, which was and still is $70 US. Putting it at that lower price tag is certainly a much appreciated move on Bethesda's part, given the price hike climate now. That said, there is a deluxe edition that bumps this up to $60 US, which includes some new quests, some weapons, and horse armor? God damn it, Todd, you've done it to us again! Obviously, it's a little early to tell how this remaster has landed for people, but it does look to be tracking pretty well so far. Less than an hour after its release, it became the global top-selling game on Steam, with a peak concurrent player count of 180,000 players, and that number is still rapidly climbing. That's just on Steam, mind you. Note that this also releases for PS5 and Xbox Series consoles, and it's also available right now on Game Pass, which is where I imagine most people are playing it. Steam reviews place this one at 82% very positive at the time of writing, so it seems like audiences are happy for the most part, though I'm sure part of that's to do with the sheer hype of returning to Cyrodiil after all this time. More negative reviews do cite semi-frequent crashes, poor performance on even high-end hardware, and an anti-cheat end-user license agreement that prevents the use of mods. That's right, Bethesda have made clear that mods will not be officially supported for the Oblivion remaster. That is definitely a
Why would there be
strange stance to take,
anti-cheat
given the
in a
series has had a
single-player
long history
game?
of official mod support,
That's
one
so
that has been
weird.
incredibly beneficial to the longevity of their games.
Why would
Worry
you
not,
put
though, at the
anti-cheat
time of
in
writing, there were
single
already
player?
over 100 mods available for the Oblivion remaster, and that number is going up every single minute. Todd's reluctance be damned, the people will put Skibbity Toilet into Oblivion, whether he likes it or not. Turning to other news now, Bungie's new extraction shooter Marathon has also been the talk of the town over the last few weeks, with many less than blown away by what they saw at the gameplay reveal and preview coverage. Looking at the like-to-dislike ratio on the official gameplay reveal trailer paints a fairly grim picture of how that reveal went, but despite that, there are still plenty of people who are desperate to get their hands on this to judge it for themselves, and I think it's in Bungie's best interest to help make that happen, given their stated commitment to want to build the game alongside alongside their community. During that reveal, Bungie did announce that a closed alpha test would be going live, and that actually began as of today. Initially though, on top of the fact that this is a closed alpha with limited access, and it's only available to those in the United States, there was also a hard NDA.
I was in Aztec Cross. I was in his stream. Well, not like speaking. I was just like an audience lurking in his stream. Dude, the comments for
Imposed
Marathon were so fucking meta. They're so negative. It's like people are not happy about this game. I think the biggest feedback that I saw from YouTube is that Marathon looks boring.
on those participating, meaning that even the people that did get in wouldn't be able to share their footage or hands-on thoughts. That level of secrecy didn't exactly instill confidence in those hopeful for Marathon, but the good news is that as of last week, Bungie have announced that they would be lifting the NDA on the closed alpha test. On the subreddit, the official Marathon account had this to say, quote, "As developers, we believe community feedback and dialogue is essential to make the best versions of Marathon. Up until now, this feedback has come from closed playtest sessions. In the spirit of building toward the future, we've decided to remove the NDA from our closed alpha test. Everyone can share their thoughts, feedback, and footage, including streaming starting on April 23rd, end quote. They then went on to outline how they define an alpha so as to set the right expectations, making clear that many of Marathon's systems are not final and are, of course, subject to change. I think this is a great move. The amount of discourse Marathon is stirring up is impossible to ignore, and Bungie surely realized that holding their cards so close to their chest probably isn't the right move at the moment. Not to mention the fact that discussion and footage from the closed alpha test would have leaked anyway, so at least this way they can get ahead of all that. With the NDA lifted, I suspect Bungie are looking to gather feedback not just from those participating in the closed alpha themselves, but also better gauge player perception after they've gotten the chance to see the game's current state from other people playing it. As I said in my hands-on preview, there's plenty of stuff I liked about Marathon, other things I didn't like so much. At the end of the day though, I am rooting for Bungie to succeed. I mean, Destiny started out really rough, but over time, by listening to their community, they managed to evolve it into something truly great. I'm very hopeful that they'll be able to do the same thing here with Marathon, and I hope they use this time before launch to really get this thing humming, because the pressure is definitely on in more ways than one. Hey, speaking of Destiny, by the way, it looks like things aren't slowing down despite everything going on with Marathon. Many feared that Bungie would be quietly winding down Destiny after they shifted to a seasonal episodic content model with no indication that a full expansion was on the way in the future. Well, Bungie are clearly trying to reset the narrative here, because this week they announced that very soon they'd be revealing Destiny's next year of content via a live stream on May 6th, which does include an actual expansion. As stated in their follow-up blog post, quote, "Developers will discuss the first expansion, the Edge of Fate, and much more during the event," end quote. I know one question everyone has here is, what exactly do you mean by the term expansion now, Bungie? Back in the day, that meant a narrative campaign, new game mode, tons of new gear, a legitimate expansion of the game in terms of both content and variety of content. The rumor mill suggests that Bungie will still be calling future expansion drops expansion, though they are likely to be significantly smaller in scale, a function of the significantly reduced dev team now working on Destiny after multiple rounds of layoffs have seen the team substantially downsized. I don't know how it's going to land. All I know is I'm glad Bungie are sticking with it. I personally have not touched Destiny since the final shape and the news of those layoffs dropped, and while I can't see myself going back to Destiny in the same way I used to play it, I'd love to check in during the major content drops to hang out with old clan mates, check in on my vault, and get updated on what new hacks cheaters are using these days in trials. Always nice to see that. That's not the only game receiving a chunky update though. Last week, Larian released the final update for Baldur's Gate 3, which added a bunch of awesome new stuff like crossplay between PC and consoles, a photo mode, and 12 new subclasses. My favorite being the new Drunken Master Monk that has you chugging all the unused alcohol you find, sharing your drunkenness with all your enemies, and then sobering them up to inflict psychic damage. Love to see it. Believe it or not, this is actually the 8th major update the game's received since launch, with previous updates adding things like additional endings and difficulty modes, in-game mod support for both PC and console, and most importantly, you can now get the spiciest romance in the game with Minthara without committing to an evil playthrough. Very jealous of those who somehow haven't played this yet, as they now get to experience an even better version of a game that was already an 11 out of 10 masterpiece. With Baldur's Gate 3 now laid to rest, the studio has confirmed that they are now full steam ahead on their next title. Confirmation of that fact came from Larian's armor-clad CEO Swen Vinke, who took to Twitter following the recent patch saying, quote, "Feeling good today about where we are with Baldur's Gate 3. Patch 8 got a lot of people playing again, took a lot of development effort, but I'm happy we did it. With mod support thriving, I think the game will now continue to do well for quite some time. It gives us room to focus on making our next big thing as good as we can, and that focus is more than welcome. We've got big shoes to fill, end quote. Congratulations to Larian for their monumental achievement with Baldur's Gate 3. Cannot wait to see what they're cooking up next. A quick lightning round to finish off, and we'll start with even more Bethesda news. Did you know that you can now buy a piece of the Elder Scrolls Online servers? It's true. Kotaku reports that in celebration of the MMO's 10th anniversary, which actually happened last year, mind you, Bethesda is selling exactly 2,000 sticks of RAM that were once used in the game's original servers but have since been retired. For the price of $110 US, it'll be sent to you framed alongside a decorative golden plaque and certificate of authenticity. First horse armor, now retired server hardware. Bethesda always at the absolute cutting edge of monetization. Xbox has just rolled out an update allowing Game Pass Ultimate members to stream select games they own to their Xbox Series and Xbox One consoles, meaning they can play them on their console, but they're actually playing through the cloud. You may be wondering what the point of that is, given that you typically want to, play a game locally rather than stream it. But don't forget, this does mean that you don't actually have to have the game installed on your device, which could be super helpful if you have like an Xbox Series S with really limited hard drive space, or you just have Call of Duty installed, which is like 400 gigabytes, and so you're out of space. Konami are doing one hell of a job rebuilding their reputation with gamers, and it seems like Japanese game developers are also taking note. According to Automaton, a survey was conducted recently among Japanese university students looking to enter the industry next year about what their preferred employer would be, and the results were quite interesting. They surveyed over 25,000 liberal arts students, and as far as video games companies go, Konami jumped from 31st in the ranking last year to 10th place this year. Konami was just beaten out by Bandai Namco, which was ranked number 9th. Easy to see why, given the resounding success of FromSoft's games. Meanwhile, Sega sits at 13th place and Nintendo at 17th, which is actually quite surprising, I think. Curious to see if they'll place higher next year after the release of the Switch 2. One cool sales milestone to finish things off, the 2022 release of Dwarf Fortress, the staggeringly deep construction and management sim that used to be made up of literal ASCII art before its Steam release brought actual graphics. That just surpassed 1 million copies on Steam. Very nice result for a very niche but remarkably ambitious title. It's one of those games that sits at the very top of my pile of shame, but with sales like that and a 95% overwhelmingly positive rating on Steam, I guess I'll have to see what all the fuss is about at some point. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, in Japan this past weekend there was Star Wars Celebration, which is basically like a giant Star Wars fan fest that also has a whole bunch of Star Wars related announcements. One of the things they announced there was Star Wars XCOM. It's not actually called that, mind you. It's called Star Wars Zero Company, and it's a turn-based tactics game that sees you in command of a ragtag outfit sent to save the galaxy from a looming threat. The similarities to XCOM are no coincidence, mind you, as this is from BitReactor, who are a co-development studio who, according to their website, did work on XCOM back in the day. This one, though, is being developed in collaboration with Respawn Entertainment and Lucasfilm Games, so it looks like it's in good hands. Bit of a long wait for this one, though. It's coming to all platforms bar Switch sometime in 2026. The other announcement to come out of the Star Wars Celebration this year was the next DLC for Star Wars Outlaws, titled A Pirate's Fortune. This is the game's second DLC, and it sees you partnering up with Hondo, a space swashbuckler who you might remember if you watched the Clone Wars animated series. In keeping with the DLC's name, this seems to be a sort of classic pirate adventure that involves trudging across the galaxy in search of hidden treasure. As part of this update, players will also receive a nice little bonus in the form of some cosmetic rewards inspired by that Skeleton Crew show that absolutely nobody seems to have watched. The DLC is set to release on
I watched
May
that
15th,
show,
and
it's
Ubisoft
alright.
also announced that Star Wars Outlaws will be releasing on the Switch 2
Didn't really feel like
later
Star Wars,
this year
though.
in September. So if you're looking for a game to put that hardware to the test, this might be worth a look. Also, they just launched a demo for other platforms, so do check it out if you want to get your feet wet without diving in. Star Wars Not Your Speed, well, keep your eyes on Star Overdrive. This is the next game from publisher Dear Villagers, who last year released the very well-received cozy adventure game Caravan Sandwich. This one is a more fast-paced offering, though. It sees you racing around an alien planet on a hoverboard that doubles as a jetpack and a laser sword, hell yeah, and you've got an electric keyboard that can be used to move objects like that Magnesis ability in Breath of the Wild. Looks to be a nice balance of combat and puzzle solving while pulling off sick tricks along the way. This was actually already released for the Switch on April 10th, and it received decent reviews, but now it's coming to all other platforms on the 19th of June. Hey, remember Among Us? Feels like forever ago that game took the world by storm, but it appears Inner Sloth isn't done with it yet because they're about to release it again, but this time in 3D. It's like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer goes 3D for the first time, except way less cursed. Not much to say here really, it's the same social deduction experience as the original game, only now with a first-person perspective. The release is likely in response to the positive reception that Among Us VR got, which was basically identical to this, so it's obviously a smart move for the studio studio to port it over for non-VR users. If you're keen to return for more emergency meetings, Among Us 3D releases on Steam on May 6th. The award-winning Lovecraftian fishing game Dredge is getting a sequel. Well, at least a spiritual sequel, sort of. Dreadmore is a Lovecraftian fishing game where you sell your fish and upgrade your boat to explore further into the ocean. See, I told you, it's basically a Dredge sequel. Main difference here is that you're playing in first person. There seems to be a bit more focus on maintaining a ship, and there's also guns, so I guess now you've actually got a chance to fight back. Not much is known about this one yet, no release date has been set, but it's the debut title for Poland-based DreamDock. Best of luck to them, they certainly have got a lot to live up to. Again, that's getting an actual sequel though, is the beloved kingdom management game Yes Your Grace. After 5 long years, the studio is releasing a follow-up in the form of Yes Your Grace Snowfall. It keeps to a similar gameplay structure revolving around resource management and decision making, but seems to have really upped the presentation with a more cinematic look that complements its iconic pixel art style very well. Fans of the original will be happy to hear that this finally got a release date May 8th, so just around the corner really. It's rare that we shout out mobile games, but there's a couple of interesting announcements this month actually. The first one is What the Clash from developer What the Games. Haven't heard of these guys before, but having looked into them, they've actually released a number of games with What the in the title, such as What the Car, What the Bat, What the Golf. The next game has you playing as hands, like humans with hands for heads, and it involves you competing against another player in a whole bunch of mini games, from ping pong to driving races to snowboarding to honestly too many to list here. Looks like some wholesome, lighthearted fun, and it's releasing on Apple Arcade on the 1st of May. But it's not the only PvP game coming out that day. The other is Sonic Rumble, which is kind of like Sega's take on Fall Guys. It's a multiplayer party game where 32 players compete to survive a gauntlet of challenges until one remains. You very much know the drill at this point. It's already available here in Australia for some reason, but for all other territories, it releases on May 8th for iOS, Android, and PC. Sonic fans, I hope you enjoy this one. Only one delay announcement this week, and it's for the upcoming survival MMO June Awakening. This game was originally set to release on May 20th, but will now release a few weeks later on June 10th. Supposedly, this is in response to beta feedback. In their official statement, they had this to say, quote, "The feedback we've been collecting from beta testers has been invaluable in making sure we launch a quality game. We have a very active Discord going with our beta testers where our developers can interact directly with them to ensure we collaboratively make June Awakening a better game. Thanks to this process, we've concluded that with a bit more time to cook, we can act on a lot more of the feedback that we know is important to our beta testers," end quote. That's fair enough. The previews I saw for this one were pretty mixed actually, so I'm glad they're taking some extra time to tighten things up. There's also a persistent closed beta running right now, and you can sign up for it over on their website for a shot at access. Otherwise though, you're just gonna have to wait a little longer to make landfall on Arrakis. So what came out last week? We shouted out Tempopo in our Put This On Your Radar segment a couple of weeks back. It's from unpacking developer Witchbeam, but sadly there doesn't seem to be much buzz around its launch, with very few critic or player reviews at the time of writing. The reviews that do exist seem overall tepid. PC Gamer gave this one 65 and had this to say, quote, "Tempopo's rhythmic puzzling is undeniably great, but it's let down by a lack of mechanical pacing and an absence of Witchbeam's coveted storytelling," end quote. Games Hub felt very similar, giving it 3 out of 5 stars, but leaned a little more positively, saying, quote, "Tempopo is a game defined by its unique, well-designed musical puzzles and by how it tests you. While simple on the surface, it's an iceberg underneath, and it'll keep you coming back for more just to see how far it goes," end quote. Another game that didn't make too much of a splash was Gorn 2, the sequel to the bloody VR game from developer Free Lives and published by Devolver Digital. Again, almost no critic reviews for this one and very few player reviews, though those who have played it have nice things to say. Steam user Hotspot has clocked 4 hours and had this to say, quote, "There is a fart button in the main menu, 10 out of 10, end quote. Other reviewers do praise Gorn 2 for actual things like visuals and smooth gameplay and optimization. Generally an improvement over the original in every way. It's pretty clear that enthusiasm for VR gaming has plateaued a lot over the years, but for those still rocking a headset and looking for some cathartic fun, this seems to be a pretty safe bet." A low-key release that you definitely don't want to miss though is the teleportation-driven platformer Bionic Bay. This one is from publisher Kepler Interactive, who have a phenomenal track record with games like Ultras and Pacific Drive. They really do know how to pick them, and Bionic Bay is no exception. It's sitting at a mighty 87 on OpenCritic. Well played scored this one 10 out of 10, saying, quote, "Bionic Bay is one of those rare experiences that has such confidence in itself that it doesn't need to muddy the water with bloat and uncertainty. It is precisely what it is, and what it is excellent. Take a mystifying workplace accident, a rock-solid visual identity, and a hefty industrial soundscape, throw them together and serve on a bit of platforming mechanics that just refuses to quit," end quote. Jewel Shockers also gave this 10 out of 10, saying, quote, "Bionic Bay is a truly special platformer that is wildly creative and endlessly smart. Each new section of gameplay is a mini puzzle that utilizes the game's movement and powers extraordinarily intuitively, leading to continuous rewarding solutions that encourages players to think outside the box and bend the world's mechanics to their will," end quote. There's a very strong endorsement, to say the least. Fantastic result for the team. You love to see it. Mandragora Whispers of the Witch Tree is the 2.5D Metroidvania Souls-like blend that began its life as a Kickstarter a number of years ago, and it seems to have been met with a more conflicted reception, sitting at a 65% mix over on Steam. most of the negative Steam reviews point to a shady mandatory end-user license agreement that allowed the developers to sell your data to a long list of companies, which was definitely bad, but thankfully that's since been amended. What's Left paints quite a pretty picture actually. While many recognize its shortcoming in terms of game balance and boss variety, it's also been showered in praise for its gorgeous visuals, weighty combat, and deep build craft. It's landed at a mighty 85 over on OpenCritic, with CGM Magazine scoring an 8 out of 10 and simply saying, quote, Mandragora Whispers of the Witch Tree is a Souls-like fans must play and could be a good option for fans to cut their teeth on if other titles seem too difficult, end quote. Lost Skies released into early access last week. That's a survival game that sees you exploring floating islands in the clouds with the help of your own personalized flying ship. It's done pretty well for itself, sitting at 72% mostly positive on Steam, many sharing the sentiment that the exploration, ship customization, and physics-enabled grapple hook make it a joy to play. But they do warn that the game is riddled with bugs at the moment. Steam user Nagmus gave it a thumbs down after nearly 30 hours of playtime, but remains hopeful for the future. Quote, I love it, I really do. It's all there. It just needs to, work. The grappling hook locomotion is addictive as hell. It's just so good, but the jank is just too much at the moment, especially when playing with friends, though I remain optimistic as I see the developers really talking to the community and acknowledging the issues, end quote. So what's coming out this week? Well, a fair amount actually. No huge AAA blockbusters, but plenty of nice AA and indie offerings to sink your teeth into. Headlining this week is Claire Obscure Expedition 33, releasing on April 24th. This is the JRPG-inspired fantasy epic with an absolutely stacked voice cast, including Charlie Cox, Andy Serkis, Ben Starr, Jen English, and many others. I personally am playing through this one at the moment, and I'll have a full review out for you after I get back from Japan. All I will say for now, though, is that I'm very, very excited to talk about this video game. I'll leave it there. Fatal Fury City of the Wolves released April 24th as well. This is the first mainline entry in the series in over 26 years. It's a fighting game, very much akin to, your Street Fighters and what have you. Particularly so with this one, given the visual style they've gone for. You know what Street Fighter doesn't have though? Real life famous people as playable characters. The studio recently released a trailer showing off pro footballer Ronaldo and Swedish EDM DJ Salvatore Ganacci as actual fighters in this video game. So yeah, I mean, if you've ever wanted to finish off your opponent with a football scissor kick, then now's your chance, I guess. Next up is the 100-line Last Defense Academy. Ed is particularly excited about this one. It's a visual novel game with turn-based tactics elements, social systems, relationship building, and multiple endings. It's apparently being created as a collaboration between two of the most prolific visual novel developers in the genre, responsible for the likes of Danganronpa and Zero Escape. They're known for all sorts of messed up scenarios and psychological twists, so if you're down for that, then I suspect you'll be well served here. It releases on April 24th for PC and Switch. Looking for something to fill that Command & Conquer-sized hole in your heart? Well, April 24th sees the release of Tempest Rising from publisher 3D Realms and Saber Interactive. It's an old-school inspired RTS with modern visuals. Not much more to say here about it, really. The gameplay kind of speaks for itself. Not a lot of RTS games coming out these days, so it's cool to see the studio keeping the dream alive. Actually, scratch that. There is something funny to say about this one. While this script was being written, the game was actually released on Steam accidentally, and rather than take it down, the developer just left it up. So there it is. Right now, you can go and play it immediately, enjoy yourself, and be sure to thank the intern who sent it live a week early. Also coming out on April 24th is Ghost Town. This is a single-player VR puzzle adventure game from the studio behind the very well-regarded VR puzzle game series The Room. You play as a ghost hunter in 1980s London, exploring haunted houses and city streets and using supernatural abilities to find her missing brother. It looks pretty cool, to be honest. Rare to see VR games these days with this level of animation quality and graphical fidelity. It's launching for both MetaQuest 2 and 3, but it is planned to be hitting PSVR 2 and Steam VR later this year. April also sees two notable releases for PS5 owners. The first is Days Gone Remastered on April 25th, the underrated open world zombie game that's getting a visual uplift to bring in line with Sony's recent offerings. It'll cost you $10 to upgrade if you own the PS4 version, so pick that up while you can. Days Gone wasn't the best thing that Sony put out last generation, but I happen to think it was pretty good overall. I liked its characters, I liked its world, and that zombie horde tech is truly something to behold. So if you're after yet another Sony-style experience and you haven't tried this one out yet, now's as good a time as any. Most importantly, with this one out the door, along with The Last of Us, Spider-Man, and even Horizon being remastered, surely Bloodborne is the next cab off the rank, right? Please tell me yes. The second PS5 release for this month is an Xbox game. Man, that's weird to say aloud. Forza Horizon 5 makes its way to the PlayStation some 4 years after its Xbox and PC release, and it closely follows the PS5 release of Indiana Jones last week. Really glad you Sony ponies get to play this one because honestly, it's fantastic. I strongly recommended this one back in the day, and I'm not even a racing guy. One weird thing about this release is that it has a paid early access period though, for a game that's been out for 4 years. Like, what are we doing here now? If you're a normal person willing to wait a few extra days though, it releases on April 29th. Enjoy yourself. Coming out for both PS5 and Xbox Series consoles later this month is Fragpunk, the tactical PvP shooter with crazy modifiers that makes every match feel like you're playing with cheats enabled. This one got a last minute console delay after releasing on PC a little while ago, but now the console releases are here. Austin reviewed this one and he recommended it for its tight gameplay and its solid hero kits, and also appreciated its playfulness in what is typically a highly competitive genre. It's free to play and it also releases on April 29th. Moroi is the debut title from a developer called Violent Sate, and it's a freaky looking top-down action RPG apparently inspired by Romanian folklore. To quote the Steam description, quote, Moroi is a grim-dark fairy tale with an even darker sense of humor. Experience frantic combat, perplexing puzzles, and a twisting narrative anchored by a bizarre cast of characters. Can you break free from eternal madness? Question mark, end quote. There's a free demo available right now over on Steam, but if you're happy to wait, then it releases on April 30th. Finally, another interesting one is Skin Deep from Annapurna Interactive, who still are putting out games despite the whole company-wide resignation thing last year. This is an immersive sim from a solo developer where each run sees you attempt to save a ship full of cats from space pirates by any means necessary. It's packed with comedic systemic interplay like throwing soap and banana peels to make enemies fall over, pepper and dust will make them sneeze, and for some reason you can set hand sanitizer on fire. Sure. You also, for no particular reason, have no shoes, so you may be forced to pry glass out of your feet on occasion, the kind of absurdity that only a solo developer can pull off. And they seem to have done it here, as Ed's been playing the demo for a while now and he loves it. If you'd like to get glass stuck in your feet as well, the demo is available right now over on Steam with a full release slated at the end of the month. No shortage of cool indies to try out this month, so here's another one. Put this on your radar.
Okay, quick recap. This is a game where music is illegal and you do crimes. You do crimes by performing the dead simple action of hitting 2 buttons and sign to the music, which makes this girl, who is you, do any number of things, like for example, punching this guy right in the jaw.
This is Unbeatable. It's a narrative-led rhythm game that follows the story of a girl and her band on the run from police for the crime of playing music. The gameplay loop is comprised of 2 parts. One sees you running around town, meeting all manner of characters and building a set list. Then the other is playing that set list with simple 2-button inputs alongside a fully original soundtrack. No set release date for this one yet, but Austin's been jamming out to the free demo for a while now, and he says the game oozes style with visuals that pop off the screen and music that's boppy as hell. Likely to be up your alley if you're into stuff like Beat Saber or Guitar Hero. Sort of free stuff time now, and there's not a lot to cover here that we didn't go over last week. Epic Games are still giving away the charming adventure game Botanicula, as well as Firestone Online Idle RPG. PlayStation Plus still has the stuff they recently added to the game catalog for extra and premium subscribers. Notable ones are Hogwarts Legacy, Lost Records, Battlefield 1, and head-spinning puzzler Blueprints. Xbox Game Pass we also covered last week. A lot of great stuff there, including GTA 5, Dredge, Neon White, and don't forget Claire Obscure Expedition 33 launches day and date on Game Pass this week. And like I said, you're not going to want to miss that. Prime Gaming still has some decent offerings too, with Mafia 3 Definitive Edition, the digital board game Gloomhaven, as well as the highly praised Metroidvania Berserk Boy. But we didn't mention that on the 24th of April, they'll also be handing out Kraken Academy ! Via the Amazon Games app, along with a gold code for Thief Gold, the classic stealth game from 1998, bundled with 3 additional campaign missions. But yeah, that's really about it. It is the last week of the month though, so do expect things to pick up in this segment next week. Our feel-good story for the week is kind of a double-edged sword. See, the Oblivion remaster is here, and it's good, and people love it. But there's one group of people who may not have been thrilled to hear about the arrival of an official Oblivion remaster, and it's the mod team working on Skyblivion. If the name is at all unclear, this is an extremely ambitious mod project that looks to recreate Oblivion in Skyrim. And as is usually the case with these sorts of mod projects, the team is dozens of people strong and they've been working on it for literally years. Now, often what happens with projects like this when an official remaster or remake is announced is that the development team gets a cease and desist letter from the publisher asking them to stop development because they think they'll lose sales or something if a mod steals their remastering thunder. It's generally a pretty shitty thing to do since mods are targeting a very different type of consumer than a boxed product is, and the kind of person who is willing to go to the trouble of downloading a mod is probably also highly likely to pay for an official remaster anyway. Anyway, I digress. The point is, Bethesda didn't send the Skyblivion dev team a cease and desist, but they did send them something else. an Oblivion remastered game key for every person on the dev team. They didn't issue an official statement on the matter, but this is clearly Bethesda's way of wishing the Sky Oblivion team well, and the mod team were clearly very happy about it, writing, quote, "As massive fans, we're beyond grateful for the generous gift of Oblivion remastered keys for our entire modding team. This means so much to us. Thank you for everything, Bethesda," end quote. A nice, wholesome interaction between a mod team and a publisher. Take-Two will say it's fake. Alright, ladies and gents, that's it for me. As you're watching this, I'm probably going to be sitting in a dark room playing Death Stranding 2, thinking to myself, why is everyone making fun of what I wore in this photo? It's literally just a white shirt and blue shorts. What the hell do you people want from me? To be fair, Kojima's kicks alone are about 10 times more stylish and probably 10 times more expensive than any piece of clothing I own, so I guess I'm just a victim of an impossible comparison. And did I mention that we interviewed Andy Serkis on the FPS podcast this week? Yes, the Andy Serkis himself. For now though, thanks as always for watching.
I'll be right back.
Phenixel. Here's my first video about Ross. This is my second one, where I'm finally getting a chance to respond to his cat hair. Respond to his response video. But I'm only going to look at the first part where he talks about Phenixel, because I think that this first part is the one that really needs to be addressed, and I want this to be a learning experience for anybody who may find themselves in a situation like this, or similar types of situations like this in real life, which is actually very common. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people get social anxiety. This kind of thing can fuel a lot of social anxiety. So I want to offer you some tools on how to navigate around this kind of stuff, okay? Because I've been in a very similar situation that Ross is in. All right, so let's jump into it.
So in this video, I want to share more context to what's happening, share my side of the story, and also take accountability where I see fit. If this is your first time hearing about any of this, I'm sorry, this is not really the type of content that I...
This guy's my brother. I'm related to him because I'm Asian. You see.
align with, but I feel like I just have to say something. End of January, this document, this 20-page document came out about me. It was like a, very negative character assassination type of energy attack, me, my character, my aspects of my personal life, me being a bad dog owner, plagiarizing, my work, AI. It had, wow.
Some context. I've been watching these videos. Basically, it's like this drama between this fairly popular art tutorial. I don't know. An artist who makes content online, kind of like me but better. Yeah. Anyway, but basically he kind of got taken advantage of by a cringe ass furry. Anyway, you guys can look it up if you guys want to listen. I'm just gonna listen to this myself. You guys can tune out if you want.
It was a lot, right? People were talking about it, making videos about it, and and it was complete fucking chaos, right? Just like a sudden fight or flight, my animalness was oh shit, what do I do? Do I say something? Do I not? I think my first reaction was, fuck, well, I need to defend myself. I'm being attacked, right? What do you do when you're getting attacked? You try to defend yourself. And so I was, trying to get my information and my proof together and tell my side of the story. And I was in such a negative space. And I was like, wait, this is not me. This is not really the type of content that I want to put out. And I thought to just address the AI experimentation in my work and then let the petty drama kind of do its thing, because it's drama, people just discourse and drama naturally. I tried to do that. I put out a statement and just try to focus on what brings me joy. I tried to do that, but it's so loud. The hate is so loud. I don't think we're designed. We haven't evolved yet to the point to handle this much hatred and negativity from the world. I tried creating because that's what I know how to do. I tried putting out a video, tried to introduce my new pet to the world because I was so excited, and still human punching bag, right? Everyone just fucking shooting at me. What I was feeling and what I was going through, I wouldn't wish it on anybody, not even my worst enemy. Even though I was feeling really hurt, betrayed, and misunderstood, I was faced with two options. I can protect and try to protect my image, or
He's
I
so
can
America.
focus on coming home to myself.
He's like
Just,
he's
calming
like all
down
he's
and
like
finding
the
peace
Asian
and
he's like the Asian dream, He's good looking, he's successful, he lives in the West Coast now. Oh my god.
for my mental health and my emotional health, it was all fucked up. And so I unplugged from the internet and tried to do that. And then some people thought my silence was an admission of guilt. And it's like, this is so shitty, right? Because people, I feel like, expect the most and assume the worst, and it's just like the territory that we're in. And so I try my best to heal from this and be okay with being misunderstood, because you can't just live your life trying to like make everyone understand you, right? Like, it's not possible. Making progress, and I was doing a lot of healing and good work, therapy, breath work.
I bet he
to
makes
get
his
my life
mom
back
proud.
together,
He's like one of those like
move on from this. But
man.
until now,
I don't know what
human
I don't know what went wrong with me. Like what went wrong with me developmentally wise, but like I don't know. I feel like a defect Asian in the presence of in the presence of Ross.
punching bag. I had to like kind of protect my peace. I'm like, now here we are, and I am going.
But it is what it
to try my
is,
best,
right?
to tell my side of the story. I talked to some peers about it, and I feel like this is my last option.
First of all, I've been in Ross's position. I was in Ross's position last year. I was a target. There were videos and tweets and all that kind of stuff attacking me because of the whole AI thing, and I got myself involved in the AI conversation in a way that people weren't happy with. And I was interpreted, like Ross is saying, in a million different ways. Here's the thing, however. Ross had said something that in hindsight, I want to bring up with you guys today. Again,
too
this
quiet.
is for your sake, as a learning experience. Ross said, I would not wish this on anybody. And no, I wouldn't wish it on anybody either. I think it's an incredibly stressful situation to be the target of so many thousands of different entry points of anger and hate, and the effort and the time and energy that people put into trying to smear your name and whatever. Anything goes. It's basically a free-for-all.
No barking.
When you're in a position like Ross's, one of the things that Ross is, despite the fact that he's got 1.5 million followers and he's a household name as far as art goes in our community, when things go bad, you realize that in a sense, the public perceives you, even though he's just an artist, just like everybody else. He's no less human than everybody else. He becomes public property. His life becomes public property. At least that's how the public perceives it, and how the public treats somebody like him. And he was saying, I wouldn't wish it on the world, on anybody in the world. It's the worst thing you can go through. Yes, absolutely. The human brain is not designed to go through this kind of public stoning. It's like being lynched publicly, right? However, there's a lot of value to be taken from being forced into a situation like this. And when I found myself in this situation, I too, at the beginning, was overwhelmingly stressed. And the times when he said that he was overwhelmed, where he was expressing overwhelm, and he was kind of rubbing the bridge of his nose and having to take deep breaths to kind of bring his adrenals down and stuff like that, was it when he made reference to everybody out there. And he first said he first showed stress when he was talking about, quote, protecting his public image. And then he decided to disconnect himself from social media, because no matter what he did, somebody's going to pick it apart in a negative way. It doesn't matter. I did address it right away, and I got attacked. He didn't address it right away, and he got attacked. So it doesn't matter any way you go. But he kept talking about everybody out there and everybody's opinion. And he started to tap into the right mindset, but he was, at the time of this recording, because this is a little while back, he hadn't found a grounding force at this point. He was still trying to figure out how to navigate this emotionally. And here's the first lesson. A lesson I've learned the hard way, and I'm sure many of you have learned as well, but maybe not to this degree that Ross is experiencing it. Number one, you cannot, nor should you, invest your energy into trying to control things you have no control over. You cannot, nor will you ever, be able to control public opinion. Now, what do politicians do in situations like this? They do their best through campaigns, through empty promises, through demeanor,
Through Twitter.
acts of philanthropy or whatever it is that they do. They try to
Use Twitter.
curate a public image. Celebrities do the same thing. They try to curate a public image. But the moment something goes sour, everything can fall apart. It's a very volatile position to be in publicly. Ultimately, for somebody like Ross, who doesn't have a PR team, who's not a politician, who is empathetic, who cares about the individual, who has one-on-one relationships with his peers and stuff like that, he's not equipped, nor does he have the will to live the life of a politician, to be able to live this bullshit life up in some protected mansion. He's just a guy living in his home with his pets. He can't control this, nor should he try. So the moment you externalize opinion, the moment you look outside of yourself and you think, what do people think of me? How am I perceived? And it's all negative, or mostly negative, from so many different angles. It's absolute emotional and cognitive overload. You will burn yourself out trying to manage that. And you will fail. But what you can do
But if you
is start to
download
look inward. You start to look at
NordVPN,
yourself. You have to quiet the
and
outside
protect
world
yourself.
and be able to have an objective, honest perception of self. This is where the expression "know thyself" that I tattooed over here. This is one of those things in a big way. When you look inward, you have to be able to honestly look at yourself and say, did I have good intention in any of these above situations? Yes, I did. If you can say, yes, my intentions were good, take peace in that knowledge and say, I understand that public feels this way, but I know myself better. And I know deep down inside on an emotional, personal level that my intentions weren't negative. Or, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe I was lying and I got caught. And be honest about that. Yes, yeah, I was jealous, I was vindictive, I slighted her because, there was jealousy and I'm immature. Admit it to yourself. And once you can admit it to yourself, then you can turn publicly and honestly address your audience, if you have an audience, and say, or the person you're having an argument with, and say, this was my weakness, this is where I fucked up, and I need to apologize for that. You
Rusty,
recognize
this
your
is where
own
I fucked
strengths,
up.
You recognize your own
I fucked up,
weaknesses, you
Rusty.
take accountability for the things
I'm
you've
sorry.
done wrong, that you honestly, internally feel you've done wrong. Not externally. You're not trying to protect public image. You are speaking from a place of inner truth, and you own up to it. Or you say, I understand you guys feel this way. I understand you 500,000, 1.5 million people feel this way.
I
But
feel like I have a
can tell you
booger.
with
I'm
absolute
sorry.
conviction
Don't look.
that my intention was not anything harmful. My intention was not to be dishonest or hurtful. And take strength in your integrity.
I'll be right back.
Take strength in your knowledge.
Okay, I'm back.
Knowledge of self. He tapped into it, where he started to self-analyze and self-heal, but I think where he's not finding the healing he's looking for yet, or at least at the time of this recording, because time has passed. He could be in a much better place right now, or worse. Hopefully not worse. Is he wasn't looking internally. He was just closing off the world. That's not the same thing. Closing out the world around you and putting blinders on and saying, I'm not there, I'm not there, I'm not there, is not looking inwards. It's just suppressing the noise. It's escaping the noise. You don't need to do that. You can be very, very well aware of the outside surrounding and hear all the noise and the different opinions, but keep yourself protected in your own knowledge of self and your own identity, and say, I understand you feel that way, I understand you feel that way, but this is what I believe. This is who I am to me. So you're welcome to your opinion, but that's not going to change how I feel about myself, because I know myself better than that. So it's not an act of escapism or blocking, because that requires a ton of force. It doesn't require any strength to be yourself. It requires a lot of strength to try to pretend to be something for hundreds of thousands of people. That'll burn you out in a day, okay? So let's keep listening.
We kind of really get into everything, I need to give you a little more context on the author of this doc and how they play a role in my life, because I feel like that's important, right? Like, who is this person? So the author of this document, their name is Phoenix Soul, and there's usually an unspoken rule in just culture itself to, you know, like, have boundaries, right? Like, hey, I'm here creating content, and this community, and try not to blend those lines, try to have a wall. I wanted to maybe see through that and challenge that a little bit, because at the core, we're all human, right? Why am I putting up a wall and, like, trying to, hey, you're over there, I'm over here vibe? That's like, I feel like that's not really my style. I'm kind of an open arms type of guy. Whenever I post something on Instagram or YouTube, I try my best to, like, answer the comments, because you guys are taking time out of your day, you're appreciating my art, and it takes effort to write something, right? And I wanted to match that energy of your enthusiasm and show my appreciation. I thought maybe I could get to know my community. You know, I think that's so cool. You guys support me, you guys root me on, and I want to try to be of service and availability. Phoenix Soul was a very vocal, enthusiastic member of this community, you know, commented on a lot of my artwork, take an appreciation and liking, trying to, you know, talk to me and get my attention. And at first, you know, like, my initial reaction was like, oh, I don't, you know, but then I'm trying to go back to that principle of everyone is on their own journey, and maybe I can be a positive force of change for someone the way my mentor were for me. They embraced me, you know, and I thought I could kind of pay it forward, and this was my way of doing that. I messaged back, and
I'm going to pause it here for a sec. Just looking at the comment that Ross had posted, where Phoenix writes, so you going to buy me dinner? Well, day 289,
Buy me dinner.
and just messaging me after day after day after day. Right there, I want to mention something. I want you to not look at what Phoenix wrote, but look at yourself and ask yourself,
Rusty, I'll buy you dinner.
are you the type
You want
of
dinner,
person
Rusty?
who would ask somebody else for
I'll
something,
give you some meat
and then
pies.
bugging him about it, bugging him about it, and bugging him about it? And remember, Ross is not his brother. Ross isn't his best friend. He's not his sweetheart. He's not his mother. He's just an acquaintance online. And regardless of friendship, even my best friends, I'm never gonna tell my friend or ask my friend, you gonna buy me dinner?
I feel like they're mispronouncing his name. Like, they're calling him like Phoenix Soul, but it's obviously supposed to be like Phoenix Soul, right? which is pretty funny.
Absolutely not. I have best friends that I've had for over 23 years.
God.
I don't ask them for dinner. I offer them dinner. All right? And then furthermore, follow up. There's a real kind of, there's a very pushy, entitled lack of empathy going on here. It's an entitlement, and it's a real kind of predatory type of demand of Ross's time, and following up on a daily basis on top of it. Right there, I'm getting like one red flag after the next. But again, Ross hasn't been through what I've been through necessarily. He hasn't had to deal with these very aggressive personalities. So we'll keep listening. But right there, I would already be putting up a wall against somebody like that who is pushing on me.
Started chatting with this person, having conversations about art. Every now and then, I think they would try and push a little bit to see how much information they could get. Kind of like go into personal life territory, and it would make me feel a little uncomfortable. So I try to steer it back into kind of more art focused, more work focused. We just had like basically kind of casual conversations about our journeys, about life and things. I had a true intention to want to help. They asked me about my Nima book publisher. Like, here you go. That's a little bit of context there. So I'm going to talk here about two conventions. For the first one, I put out an Instagram story asking like, hey, can anyone help with this convention? And I think he messaged me. It's like, hey, if I fly out to Los Angeles and help you, can you house me? And I'll put the whole entire exchange, so you can see. And I was hesitant.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Phoenix Soul. Phoenix Soul.
What you're reading over here, and he's going to show 2 screenshots of it. I've had
like I said, cringe ass furry.
One of the things you're going to notice is just an incredibly aggressive push to get stuff, to get things from Ross, and never in any of these correspondences asking, am I being too pushy? Am I asking too much? This is somebody who's verbally pushing Ross, and never at any point asking, hey, am I overstepping my bounds? No. He's trying to dig through Ross's boundaries. Why is he doing that? Because he's sensing Ross's either A, discomfort in pushing him away. You know, Ross keeps writing, LOL, ha ha ha, trying to laugh it off, and keep trying to laugh it off, and keep trying to laugh it off. Okay, that's a bit much. Okay, blah, blah, blah. And because he can see Ross's discomfort in rejecting Fenix, because Ross is obviously an empathetic human being who doesn't like rejecting people because it's uncomfortable to do something like that. This is preventing Ross. What Ross is struggling with is preventing him from saying, hey, that's enough. Okay, knock it off. You're getting pushy. No, you can't get it. Fuck off. He doesn't have that ability yet. He hasn't developed that courage to do this with Fenix yet. So Ross is saying, okay, cool. I'll just keep digging. I'll keep pushing. I'll keep pushing. I'll keep pushing. Very aggressively. So everything that I'm reading here and everything that I'm seeing here is more evidence than anybody could possibly need to see that Fenix doesn't give a fuck about Ross's needs. Fenix is trying to squeeze as much out of him as he can until Ross eventually gets fed up. That's what's happening here.
I'm thinking, right? Like, you're hosting someone. They're flying out here. You are responsible for their experience and for their time, and they were really enthusiastic about wanting to come here and kind of pushing a little bit and like trying to get me to see. Said, I don't want to be impulsive, but let me think a little bit. There are some logistical things. He's like, what are they? Let's knock them out. Who's going to drive you from the airport to here? List out all the details. I said, hey, I can pay for convention lunches and dinner and try to take you to a party I'm invited to, blah, blah, blah. Even though maybe I'm a little hesitant and it's a lot to try to host somebody, maybe this person just needs an opportunity, a shot. And I had the ability to give this person that shot. You know what?
That grown-ass adult.
Why not? What's the worst that can happen? So they volunteered for that.
Phoenix Soul, a grown-ass adult.
It went well. I feel like they showed up, they did good work, and everything was good. And I started to believe maybe this could be an IRL friend. It doesn't have to be just like this internet kind of like, I'm slowly entertaining, like maybe it's possible to let that wall down, right? And so I think for the second convention, and this is where things got really foggy, as you can tell from their document, because they said that trying to take advantage of people and help and promise a lot of things. And so let me kind of tell my side of the story.
Hey, Editor Ross here. So I want to interject because this could be important information. We never solidified any talks about payment detail before his second convention, AX 2024. Before he came here, I toyed with the idea of possibly having him join us for Comic-Con 2024 at the end of that month, which are the screenshots in his doc. The screenshots in Fenn's doc shows me and him bantering. We were talking very casually about important matters. I feel like in his doc, the casual conversation was snipped. He left out some of his banter, which showed more color to our dynamic. But again, after reflecting, I understand that these are sensitive topics and I need to be more aware of the situation and do my part in making sure it was solidified.
Here's something else that I've noticed Fenix do a lot. He challenges Ross, which is a very, very typical manipulation tactic. A manipulation tactic that kind of it ranks up there with things like gaslighting. And it's the challenging thing, which can be a positive or negative. In this particular case, I would regard what Phoenix is doing.
That's what you do, Rusty.
As the negative side.
You're very challenging.
Challenging somebody. Meaning, let's say in a positive sense, I was teaching a bunch of kids math. And I knew that they had a bit of a challenging math assignment to do that very often the kids don't like doing, or they end up skipping doing their homework or whatever. If I was
I'm seeing parallels here.
Say, this is hard. It's going to challenge you. It's a little bit higher level than what you guys are used to, but I want you guys to do your best, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Okay? And if you need any help, let me know. You have my word, 20% of my class is going to do their homework. The rest are going to go, it's too hard, and they'll quit. But if I reword it and I say, ooh, this is very high level stuff.
That makes you challenge. You see what I mean? You see? Try and gaslight me.
I think most of you probably won't be able to get through this, but I don't know. Here goes anyways. Okay? You have my word.
Sending up
80%
red
get it done, 'cause
flags,
now I've given them, now they have to
crossing
prove themselves, they're gonna
boundaries.
push themselves to prove that they can.
It's
that
Rusty.
They're the unique, special snowflake that managed to figure it out. Okay, in that particular case, it's a gentle challenge manipulation tactic. In a negative sense, what I'm seeing with your bitch says he'll think about it, and then once and blah 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 blah. There's a lot of that. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You keep saying you will, but whatever. You're all talk. That's a manipulation tactic to make Ross feel like Ross has to prove himself to Fenix. When Ross is the one doing all the getting. Ross is the one doing. Fenix keeps trying to exsanguinate, tries to drain Ross of everything he can get out of him, and then keeps saying, yeah, you don't have it. You don't have what it takes to. You're not loyal. You're not this. You're not that. That's very dark, dirty shit, and it's very.
He's probably a Rivers of Blood user.
And at no point.
Just spans L2.
Turning the spotlight
Swish,
back on
swish,
Ross.
swish,
There's
swish,
no point that Ross is sitting there turning to Fenix going, who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? What, you're acting like I owe you something. I don't owe you anything. If I give you anything, I'm the one who's helping your career. So, you're welcome. Yeah? Give me a break.
But after these talks about possibly hosting him for July, some time has passed and I realized I did not want to host him for an entire month. Considering hosting is a lot of energy and effort, I don't.
Would anybody listening to this video right now, anybody, ever even fathom asking somebody who's not a family member, even a freaking family member, to host you for a month? Are you out of your goddamn mind? No, absolutely not. Those are the same people that you'll come home, they would have eaten everything out of your fridge. They would have accidentally broken your PlayStation, and they're in their underwear with their feet up on your coffee table with dirt all over the place. Saying, yeah, you really need to clean this place up. That's that type of person. There's no fucking way in hell. 48 hours is asking a whole lot. A month? Something's off there.
This guy's insane.
I want to make sure I have enough alone time as much as possible to recharge. Instead, for Comic-Con 2024, we found 2 local people, and I did pay them. Every time Fen has worked with us, we've provided lodging. These two people were local and did not need lodging.
I wish we truly solidified business or payment talks before them coming here. That wasn't solidified, and they flew here, and then in person they asked if they could get paid. And I was like, oh shit, this is really sensitive topics. I wish we could have ironed that out before we came here. After talking about it for a bit, we decided to pay them. When I was reading this document, I was a little confused because, did this person get paid? They seem very, angry, right? And so I looked back in my records. I'm like, we paid him. I know we did. And then I found out, yeah, we did pay him $640 for the weekend. We got convention lunches, dinner, accommodation.
Holy crap,
hosting.
$640 just for a
Any free
weekend?
merch that he asked for, I'm pretty sure I honored almost all of it. And the convention right after,
I need to ask
he
for more
wasn't a
money.
part of, he asked for a badge to attend, and I was like, here you go. So we gave him a free
I need to
badge
ask Maddock for more money.
for another convention too. And so I was
Maddock, this Phoenix Soul guy, he got more money than me, just for swindling people.
I felt like after all of this
Feels
was
bad,
so
man.
hard to swallow, just me trying to assess the situation of how this got so sour. I think maybe he had an expectation of wanting me to spotlight him in front of people, hey, introduction, and really handhold him through that whole process. At convention, I'm really focused on the community experience. Some of you guys drive really far and you guys fly in and you spend a lot of money to be there, and I really want to be present for you guys. And so when I read a doc saying that I don't like to work, that made me really upset, because I think anyone that has met me at a convention knows that I try my absolute best to be as present as I can. I think I've done conventions for 7 or 8 years, and for most of them, 6 or 7 years of convention, I was there at the beginning of setup day, putting up my prints, trying to get everything to look good, work through convention weekends, and then I helped with breakdown. And I realized at the end of the convention, I was really depleted, and I don't want to show up giving less than 100%. You guys are paying a lot to be there, and I want to be as present as I can. So in the last year or two, I've been trying to take a step back and resting more, so I can be as wired in to help you guys. And I feel like a lot of artists, creators, talent, they have set times. Oh, I'm going to be here for an hour to sign or 2 hours to sign, a block of time. But I was still there for 6-8 hours straight, trying my best. So it just makes me a little.
Okay. Everything that I'm hearing Ross say, apart from when he says, sometimes I just need to recharge and rest so I can gather energy. Everything that Ross is saying screams people pleaser. And that's not a bad thing, but it can also be a bad thing when it comes at the cost of your own health. And Phoenix, the clever Phoenix, is preying on Ross's desire to please other people. So anytime Phoenix doesn't get what he wants, or he wants to squeeze a little bit more out of Ross, he challenges that, are you really there for other people line? And he'll even go as far as publicly accuse him of being selfish or lazy or any of these things. And what that does is it keeps Ross so preoccupied with his own reputation, preoccupied with his own desire to please other people, that he never stops for a minute and goes, wait a minute, what the fuck are you doing? What are you contributing to this? All you're doing is trying to get things from me and get things from other people. You're really, really good at taking. And then accusing other people of not giving enough. But what exactly are you doing in all of this? He's keeping Ross preoccupied with himself. And again, if you know
My
your
nose
own
is itchy.
boundaries and you understand your own limits, then you're much less likely to have that line of yours crossed in an unjust way. If somebody says something like after the experiences that I've had in my life, because I had to deal with a lot of people like Phoenix, I know that personality type very intimately. That's why I'm very sensitive to it. That if somebody pushes like that, you can respond to it immediately. You recognize it immediately because you've already set that boundary, and you are unbending with your own boundaries, unless there's a very special situation, like it's one of your children who's in bad shape, or there's some very special situation. But Phoenix is not a special situation. He's just a freeloader. And Ross is so preoccupied with himself that he's not recognizing that in Phoenix. He's just constantly, frantically trying to keep up with Phoenix's accusations and challenges. So Phoenix is basically manipulating him very successfully. And I want you to be able to recognize this manipulation tactic. And I feel that perhaps Ross is starting to learn about it right now, because it's a very dirty trick.
Upset to see that. I think in my mind it was like a little bit of a disconnect considering.
Let me add something else. Ross is expressing that he was upset that Phoenix said this. Why? That's an admittance that Phoenix has control over Ross's feelings of self-worth. Phoenix can say whatever the hell he wants. He can accuse him of whatever he wants, and it doesn't faze Ross because you're allowed to have whatever opinion you have. That doesn't change my opinion of self.
How much we gave him, and he also goes on to say, "Oh man, so violating. I'm a bad dog owner, and when he came here, there was like no dog toys for Milo, and like, dude, there's so many. Like, Fen was a guest coming over to stay at my house. I cleaned up everything.
I'm going to put myself in Ross's situation. I'm going to give you an alternative reaction to an accusation like that. Accusing how somebody takes care of their pets is accusing a person's parenting, which is very, very personal to a pet owner who really loves their pets. It's a direct attempt to hurt Ross. It is an abusive thing to say to somebody that they are a bad dad. It is extremely hurtful, and it hits at a person's core when they're parents that actually do give a shit about their pets. And obviously, Ross gives a shit about his pet. The whole reason why Phoenix decided to attack that aspect of him is because he's so public with his affection of his cats and his dogs, right? He's so public about it. He talks about it. He talks about Milo all the time. He's part of his videos. He makes cartoons about it all the time. This is somebody who cares deeply and loves his dog deeply. If
ECA,
I was in,
I'm just raising my dogs, so I can eat them later if I run out of rations. That's what Chinese people do. Just
Ross's
eat our
situation.
pets.
I wouldn't get hurt by Phoenix accusing me of being a bad dad to my cats.
Chocho's spare rations.
That would flatly take me from being somebody who's very, very bothered by Phoenix to flat out hating them. You've just tipped the scales to me from me feeling annoyed and feeling infringed upon because he's very pushy, to say, okay, you are now officially a piece of shit. Get out of my face. Because I know what kind of a father I am. I know what kind of a parent I am to my cats, to my pets, in Ross's case, to Milo. He's a very good father. And saying something like that is just abusive. He's trying to push his opinion on Ross to keep Ross on the defensive, but he's crossed such a line there. It just goes to show what a scumbag Phoenix is. There's no going back from that, in my opinion. You've crossed the line, a very heavy line.
His stay, because I wanted him to live in a good environment, and not have dog toys everywhere. I apologize if you felt exploited or used in any way. That's the next thing that I want to touch on, because in their document, they mentioned that I tried coming to Ross first with all this, only to be shut down. And I don't think that's entirely accurate. Their way of coming to me with all this is sending out of the blue, unsolicited, a whole thing, 16 points of things I need to improve about myself. Attacking my character, attacking everything, my personal life, my relationship.
This is where it gets personal, because I know this personality type extremely well. The type of person who will send you 16-point bullet lists on everything you need to improve about yourself.
This Phoenix guy is a fucking psychopath. Certified psycho.
That list keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and
I
bigger.
thought your dad is Jensen Huang.
And it's, again,
That's what Rusty
Fenix
said.
ramping up
You can't just copy
accusation
Rusty.
to overwhelm Ross.
No. Jensen Huang is my granddad. He's not my dad. He's too old to be my
Feeling
dad.
Of accountability to Fenix. Because Ross is letting him.
You guys gotta get
Ross
right.
is allowing this behavior by engaging it, by being present. Now, my guess is the next time Ross encounters somebody who starts to present some of the same behavior, hopefully Ross is learning from this situation, they will be able to recognize those signs in that first email. The one where he said, day 289, day 290, day 291. That's where the red flag should have gone off. But, like I said, Ross has never encountered this kind of personality. I know about this personality quite a lot.
No, you're
One
funny.
solution-
Yeah, I'm thinking
one
actually
solution
Victor Wilson might be a
to
bot.
healing yourself and fixing
Like it's like word for
situations with
word.
people like this.
Interesting.
And I learned the long hard way.
Interesting. YouTube has
Pull the
bots.
plug and walk away. There's no justice. There's no fairness. There's no catharsis. There's no revelation. There's no, we finally figured things out and resolved things. That will never happen with somebody who's willing to write 16 points on what's wrong with you and what you need to fix. The only solution is disconnect those people from your life.
The only solution
Right?
is violence.
It doesn't matter. Even if this person
No,
is
yeah,
clever
I'm
and
kidding.
fun and talented and interesting and you have great conversations
Kidding.
together, they're very exciting and fun and they're great dancers and whatever the case might be. Cut them out of your life entirely. Don't even answer a single email. Don't answer the phone. Just cut them out. Period. Okay? Trust
With a
others.
knife.
Or you can
Use
try
a
to understand,
long
you can try
sword to cut
engage,
them out
you
of
can
your
try to be
life.
apologetic, you can try to be empathetic, all these kinds of
Someone
things,
paid for it, you
and
should be
just watch
grateful.
this
I
spiral
know,
out of
right?
control. These kinds of
Exactly.
situations
I
do
should be
not
grateful for the
spontaneously
interaction.
Fix themselves. This is not, Ross is not the first person who Fenix has had this conversation with. He's not the first person who sent a 16-point list of critiques on a person's personality and identity. Being as dirty and vitriolic and personal as possible, he doesn't give a shit. Fenix just wants Ross to hurt, wants control.
My friendships, it was just a lot to read. Just really negative. Yeah, I
For
felt
real
like my
though.
boundaries was
For real
crossed.
though, it really sucks that this happened.
I don't consider this person a close friend, and so
This Ross guy kind of reminds me of my older bro. Kind of. Well, like when my older brother was like younger, he had like the same gentle people pleaser attitude, I think, as Ross. I've never been that way.
Isn't it ironic that that's the first time Ross said his boundary was crossed? No, does that mean Ross is just slow? No. It's that it's finally
I've been
starting to
an
dawn on him
asshole since the
at this
day
point.
I was born.
I have a boundary. He's never had to put one up before because he's never had to deal with somebody who invaded his space so aggressively.
I deal with invaders
Now
all the
it's
time
starting- now this is
in
where I'm
Elden
starting to
Ring.
go, okay.
Yeah.
Now something's
I'm
starting to click. in
I'm
his brain.
prepared for
how
this
does
shit.
he have all these opinions that he's been kind of like chewing on forever, and then out of the blue, boom, here's something that you need to work on. Even though I didn't agree with this method, maybe I do have some blind spots, and let me take some time to read it and see if there's anything valid, because at my core, I do want to become a better person. I try to improve every day, right? And so I thanked him for his passion, and I appreciated his, kind of energy put into this because obviously he cares. After reflecting on the whole connection.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there because I realize I've only got 5 minutes left to record this, but I'm going to stop it there. Ross. I want you to imagine looking at Milo or looking at your new cat, looking at your new pet. Imagine they're your baby. Imagine they're human and they can speak English. They understand you. I want you to take everything that Phoenix said, everything that he accused you of, and I want you to look at your baby, look at your child, and I want you to say that to them. I want you to tell them, accuse them of everything that Phoenix said to you, accused you of. And if you really stop and think about it, something's going to dawn on you when you put yourself in Phoenix's position and say that to somebody else, somebody who you care about, somebody who matters to you. And remember, Phoenix is not a family member. Phoenix is just an unhealthy fan, right? But I want you to imagine saying this to somebody who you care about, anybody. And you're going to realize something. What Phoenix is doing to you is abusing you. If you take any of those hateful,
It's abuse.
judgmental things,
It's
and
abuse,
aim it at
Rusty.
somebody whose self-esteem, whose mental health, whose opinion of self is dependent on what you say to them, you are literally, not figuratively, literally abusing that person. Okay? Yet, parents, I know many parents that talk to their children like that all the time. I know many lovers who talk to their lovers like that. They are actively abusing you when they do that. Now, that's not to be confused with, you need to be more sensitive, or man, you can really be a bitch sometimes. That's an argument where you're just throwing a rebuke at somebody. But when somebody writes out a list of 16 points of the things that suck about you, and they get as dirty and as personal and as vitriolic as they can, and they start accusing your parenting, and they start accusing your personality, and they start calling you a fraud, and they really are digging deep to make you feel like the worst scum of the universe, they're abusing you. That is abuse. Phoenix is an abusive person, and they are abusing you. Okay? Because in a million years, Ross, you would never talk to somebody else like that, would you? Well, why would you let somebody else talk to you like that? Because if you ever stopped for 2 seconds in all of this and actually said, hey, what are my boundaries? What are my expectations? What do I consider respectful, loving, healthy treatment to me? Then you never would have let Phoenix get past that first email when he was saying, so when, huh? When, huh? When, huh? D289, D290? Right there you would have gone, never. Period. Delete email, move on with your life. Because nobody would ever want to invade your space like that if they had any kind of empathy whatsoever. If they had good intentions, they never would have pushed. In fact, the right way to do it, the right way to make a connection with somebody else, a lasting, healthy relationship, is not to try to get something from somebody.
It's a good old knuckle sandwich.
It's to say, you know what, Ross, you've been doing so many wonderful
A
things.
lasting
You're always there for your
relationship.
community. I recognize the wonderful role model you've been for the community. Here's a little gift for you. I made a drawing for you. Here's a little gift for you. I got you a postcard. Just a gesture of gratitude. Send them an email and show some appreciation. Right? That's not what Phoenix did. Maybe at the beginning during the whole love bomb phase when he's trying to win Ross's favor and trying to get into his life and stuff like that. But after that point, it was nothing but gimme, gimme, gimme. It was very clear from that first email and everything that followed after that. You're dealing with a hurtful, manipulative, and even abusive person who made it their life's duty, their life's goal, to tear you apart because you didn't give them enough. You ceased to satisfy their narcissistic supply. So now you were just their punching bag. Okay? So I'm sorry you had to go through that, Ross. I want you to find some peace of mind in knowing that you're a good person, knowing that you have good intentions, and knowing that you're an awesome dad and you have awesome pets. And just looking at them, it's very clear that you take immaculate care of them. Okay? So I love you. I love everybody watching, and take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
Well, that's that. It's not a cracker? Cracker? Really? Good job. Sorry for the random burst of laughter I was reading. I was reading something. That could probably just be taken care of by the normal map. Chill. Ooh. Get along. Man, today is just hairband day. Like, I don't know what's up with my hair. I think it's because they put conditioner in it, so now it's just like all floppy. I need to put like product in my hair. Otherwise I'll have to like wear this forever. I wonder if this... No, it should be one mesh. I was wondering maybe this should be like a separate piece. But no, when it's like animating, I don't want it to flip into itself. Which should be not ideal. Although we need like a better solution here rather than whatever the fuck I'm doing right now. A little bit tight here. A little bit too tight. I need to get like a... I need to get a hairband for men. That's what I need. I need a hairband for people with fat heads. That's what I need. Okay, I know what to do. Let's go slice from here. Get rid of this. Don't need this. Hey, Basil, yeah? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Music's a little bit loud. Hello. Yeah, what's up? What's up? How's it going? Oh god, am I getting botted again? Rusty? Rusty, you think I'm getting botted again? How did I just suddenly gain, like, 3 new viewers? That's insane. Only 3 watching? I mean, I've been botted before in the past. It's weird. You get like a couple, half a dozen people coming in. They're all like saying the same thing. You never know. You never know who's a bot and who's real these days. I'm paranoid now. Yeah, it's like 7 people now. What the heck? Did someone just like link my stream somewhere? Who's doing my job? Why do people even watch this stream? Like, I'm literally just working. This is this is just like me working. How did you guys even find this stream? It's in the educational section of YouTube. But yeah, welcome, I guess. I'm just doing retopology on a model. Recommended. Okay. That is true. Like personally, I've been recommended a lot of smaller content creators recently as well. YouTube changing up their algorithms, recommending smaller content creators. Random click on your live stream. Was it because of the cat ears? Maybe if I wear the cat ears, I'll get more views. Should I always wear the cat ears? It'll be like my Dr. Disrespect, kind of like my streamer look. This change is good. Smaller YouTubers can get more views. Yeah, I have discovered some interesting content creators. I get recommended a lot of people playing Elden Ring for the first time. But yeah, if you're new here, I don't usually talk a whole lot unless like stream is talking to me. There are links in the live stream description to the project I'm working on. If you're curious about like what I'm doing right now. As to the context of the stream. Less clickbaity stuff, huh? Yeah. Personally, I've never really cared about being a content creator. I just upload these so people don't accuse me of using AI in my art. I don't use AI in my art, guys. Look, I've live streamed everything. You see? That's my excuse. I haven't vibe coded anything. At least not yet. Maybe you should. Imagine vibe coding all of like Project Nova. Guys, I have no idea what I coded, but check out my MMO coded entirely on ChatGPT. Wow, what the heck? I got donated. Wait, you actually gave me money? How does that even work? Like I've never gotten money before. I've never even checked. But goddamn, thanks Fesso, yeah, for the 20. I forgot I was even a partner actually. But yeah. Cheers for the first dono of my channel ever. You don't have to. I just upload these because they're for record keeping purposes. Yeah, not like this. Not like this. I'm not a content creator. I have a job. I have a real job, guys. Yeah, thanks, man. Soya Renshi's name. How much is that in real money though? I actually don't know what kind of currency that is. I'm guessing it's somewhere in Europe. It's European. Heisenberg. What? Indian rupee? I really don't know. Maybe. You might be right. It's okay if it's not dollars. Like, the dollar's going down anyway because of the tariff wars, the trade wars. So maybe it'll actually be worth more in the future. $20 rupees is around $1/3 of a dollar. I'll take it. I'll cash it out and then frame it. I'll put it in a frame behind me, like over there somewhere. Do I read these flat or do I... Yeah, I guess I think I should probably just do these flat. Right? Yeah, okay. Alright, I got my first dono. I'm basically like Asmongold at this point. I'm like Josh Strife Hayes now. I make money off of YouTube. Thanks. I'm hoping it pays off. I'm hoping all the hard work pays off, but you never know. Game dev is it's not a very reliable way of making money unless you hit it like really big, which is what I'm hoping to do. You'll see all these really depressing statistics where basically only like the top 20, top 10 games make the most money on Steam. So I basically have to be one of those for my career to go anywhere. It'll be easy. Triple A is dying. The rise of the double A is here. No, the quintuple A. The rise of the quintuple A games are here. Because Project Nova will be a quintuple A game. Single A games. You know, you might have a point there. Would Vampire Survivors be like a single A game? You saw how well like Vampire Survivors did. I would say that's like a single A game. But it's like mainstream culture now, or at least was, for a time. Quadruple A games are a thing. Yeah, exactly. That's like Project Nova is gonna be a Project Nova. The game I'm working on right now, it's gonna be a quintuple A game. 5 A's. Nobody's made a 5A game yet. What's going on? I'll just be 1A above the competition. Refreshing to see some 3D modeling that isn't Blender, Max, or Maya. Yeah, like Blender is like... Blender has its uses. Like I know like Blender is super popular. Like I also use Blender. Currently I'm just using Modo because it's what I know. It's not because it's like better software or anything. It's just because like I'm old. So back in the day when I was still learning 3D modeling, like Modo is a serious contender for Maya and Max. I think it's still better than Max actually. But yeah, so I decided to learn Modo, and here I am, still stuck with Modo. Is Modo like a newer reincarnation of Lightwave? Wow, I haven't heard the name Lightwave in forever. I actually don't even know what it is because I've never used it. But I know it's like one of the earlier modeling softwares. I've heard of it. I don't know what it is, but I've heard of it. I think the oldest software I've used was XNormal. I baked my first models in XNormal before. Wait, that doesn't look right. It's like this free normal map baker that was kind of popular. I know, right? Have you guys seen the user interface for XNormal? Yeah, I baked my very first models in XNormal. I don't even remember what I baked. What did I bake? It might be on like Sketchfab somewhere. Sketchfab actually has some of my oldest work. I just don't tell anyone that I have work on Sketchfab. Wait, you can use Sketchfab to model things now? Or maybe like, I don't know. I haven't been to Sketchfab in forever. I just don't use Sketchfab anymore because people can just rip your models straight off of the website if they wanted to. It's probably how a lot of AI companies are. I bet they use Sketchfab to get some training data. Oh, SketchUp. That's another software I've heard of, but I actually don't even know what it is. Yeah, these days it's basically all just like Blender, isn't it? Blender. Maya is still king. I've been thinking I might need to pick up Maya at some point for animation, but I don't know, it's expensive, man. Maya is expensive. Yeah. Substance Painter is good though. Substance Painter rocks. Pretty good. I'll be baking these. I'll be painting and baking these in Substance. Yeah, there isn't really any open source alternative for Painter, is there? I've been looking. Who are you, by the way? Are you asking me, or? I assume you're asking me. Yeah, who am I? What am I? These are questions I've been asking myself my entire life. I'm a 3D modeler. I make models. My sole purpose. I've made some stuff for Path of Exile. Because no one else knows what Exanima is. I know. Who are you? What are you? From where do you hail, friend? From... Just checking if you're real. maybe I'm a AI video. You know, AI video is getting pretty hard to like tell what's real with AI video. This looks weird. I should like fix this. That's an intricate captcha. Who are you? What is your purpose? Who is your daddy? Who is your daddy and what does he do? Let's get rid of this. We need to like have the plates. What do I do for a living? I do this. I make 3D models for a living. For video games. I also run an OnlyFans on the side. But you know, it's pretty hard being a game dev these days. You gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta shake that money maker. There's no shame in it. Gotta do what you gotta do to survive, you know? What is this? This looks weird. Rusty, what do you do for a living? Besides backseat dev me every single chance you get. Exactly. That's what I thought. I knew it. You see, I knew you'd say that. I was actually... That question was actually me manipulating you into saying that. Yep. Gaslighting 101. How much money do you make monthly? Not enough. What big project do you work? The biggest project I've worked on is Path of Exile 2. That's probably the biggest project. And also Path of Exile 1. And Exanima. Although nobody knows what Exanima is though, so I usually just say I've worked on Path of Exile. Despite me working on Exanima for way longer than Path of Exile. Yeah, hopefully what I'm working around right now will be like the biggest project I've ever worked on. And biggest pay too. Hopefully. That's the plan anyway. What is this for? There are down here in the more section you can see some links. There's some links here that you can go to, and it'll explain like the project that I'm working on. But yeah, that is, yeah. It's basically for a game. I'm making models for a video game. Actually, secretly, I'm just making I'm making thirst trap models for people like Rusty, because I know my audience. My audience is like people in Russia and Ukraine where they're not allowed to like have porn, so they look at video games instead for their fix. Yeah, anywhere where like porn is banned, but video games are still allowed. That's kind of my target audience. You're in the UAE, Discord is kind of banned. Oh damn, I didn't know that. But you don't have to join the Discord. I post all of the progress updates on forums. So and there's definitely no obligation to join the Discord. Anyone's welcome to join though, of course. Like maybe I'm using too many polys here. Like one too many. Or edge loops, I mean. This is... Wait, this is the reason why... Supposed to lead in there. Supposed to go here. Then this can go here. Do this first. Got a lot of rivets here. I gotta retopologize. Well, actually, these aren't even rivets. These are screws. Oh yeah, here's the high poly model for those who are curious. She does have arms as well. So this is the high poly. The high poly details will be baked onto the low poly. We got some hair as well. The hair isn't anywhere close to being done. But yeah, they will have hair. Will it be released on Android? I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure this is gonna just be like a PC exclusive game. At least in the beginning. Can you even run like a... Can you even run like AAA games on an Android? I guess so, right? Maybe on like a higher end Android. Maybe you can run a auction house app for Project Nova on an Android. So when if you're away from the house, you can still do trades and keep a track of your bids and whatever else that people do on an auction house. You can run Cyberpunk on the phone at like 30 FPS. That's crazy. What's the battery life on that though? You can play it for like 10 minutes before your phone dies. The specs for this game probably won't be very high though. I mean, I'm probably gonna target like what? The lower end will probably be, I don't know, maybe in like the 20 series or something. RTX 2070, you should be able to play this game no problem. Or GTX, did they even have RTX 2070? Or is it GTX 2070? It really depends on like I'm not a programmer. I don't have a programmer background, so it's kind of hard to give specifications on what kind of hardware you're going to need to run this game. But I assume if you're if you can run like something like Elder Scrolls Online, you should be able to run Project Nova. That's what I'm kind of aiming for. Doesn't look right. Okay. Take care, Neloy. Have a good one. Got some tricky topology here. It's kind of tricky to work with. Also, I feel like it's a bit too high poly. Like, this area doesn't look right. Okay, that's better. Let's get rid of all that weirdness. Can we do the same here? Oh, it's already kind of like that though. Okay. This bit is a bit weird as well. Ugh. Guys, it's been 4 hours. I think I'll end it here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get more work done tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. Take care. See you, Rusty. Bye, everyone else. Definitely getting there.